Hello, and welcome back to Factorio Space Exploration. I will fly today. I've been checking what I wanted to make sure I bring with me. It's this launching. I think I have most of what I need. And a couple of extra things I wanted to add. That 8 was bad. Yeah. Hello, how is it going? Let's go grab extra centrifuges. I think I'm almost ready to launch the rocket. Once I empty my inventory of all my garbage. Oh wait, I didn't grab the... I did grab that. Wow. Is it ever possible to play as much Factorio as you want? Because if I wasn't trying to, you know, not play too late, I would play far too much. Yeah, that's one of the ones that needs other stuff, doesn't it? Well, at least on the base level it's fine. But yeah, it's kind of mine that. It's one of the more difficult resources. Which they really love this crushing process. Wait, is it only gotten via the core mining? That's not going to be the case. It's mined with that. I'm just trying to look at the recipe here. But yeah, it's a whole deal after the mining. Yeah, the recipe book is not always as clear as I think would be ideal. It's clear enough most of the time. Can I grab? I didn't. Okay, that's not a lot of point defenses. I guess I will stick with the super meteor defenses. Because it's such a low demand. Okay, they're supplied down here. Yeah, but if you're... Yeah, might as well just grab that. Oh. Yeah, the intermediate steps of progress. Like, oh, soon I'll be able to make these new buildings. But then it's kind of infrastructure to make that, to even make the buildings, and it's certainly a time. That's a waste of inventory space. Fill my inventory with rocket fuel. Did I... I don't remember what they're called. Yeah, I don't have any locomotives. Maybe we can stack them both. Okay. I have to imagine that there's some interesting buildings to work with eventually within all those sciences, because I want to hope that there's production chains that aren't just science. Well, this was a good detail. I'm using the full half belt worth. Cool. My plastic's full. This is running just fine. That's emptying slowly. Okay, it's all working. I should be able to pick up some more rocket fuel and then leave for the new planet. I should plan ahead and bring some of those in my inventory for when I land and everything spills out across the entire surface of the planet. Okay. I bet I missed something, but I will accept my failures. Okay, I saved, and I press that because that's a habit. You got the whole thing set up, but... Oh. I don't need my thruster suit on the other planet, but I also don't need the Mark II power armor. Specifically. The thruster suit has better flight capacity, so I'd rather use it. Yeah, I can't really run that. The moon I'm going to should have plenty of solar power. It's only 37. Oh. Maybe I can't use the thruster suit. Yeah, setting up the whole blue circuit before you have the actual Vulcanite. And then once it connects, it just goes. It's great. I mean, nothing complaining about the environment. Well, I guess I will just stick with the suit I was equipped with because I can't fit all the good upgrades into the thruster suit yet. Thruster suit upgrade is locked behind material science. Pretty sure I shouldn't die. If I do, I just reload. I didn't set that up correctly. It's not a problem right now, but I need to address that quickly, because some of what's being added is a waste. Okay, control 1. Turn that off. I thought I emptied out all those. I guess not. I don't need life support. I might as well just do this. And then regret my decision later. This landing process is such a pain. Yeah. Nightmare. Oh, I landed further than I expected. At least this cleanup was quick, because I actually did plan ahead this time. And had all the chests in my inventory. Of course, now I'm gonna have to move it all again, but... And since I'm actually running portable RTGs, I actually have power. Way better than that other planet. Not good power, but... Okay. Time to be lost. Okay, so I want to pick up all of that. That can wait. Oops, wrong one. This. So the first thing to set up is power. Which means I want that. I want my solar panels, electric poles. Yeah, I brought a bunch of extras, but I didn't think about power. I'm gonna run on solar for a bit. Or I can reload, but I don't really want to. Will I be able to get... Because I forgot fuel. Which is the easiest thing to remember. But this planet has 37% solar efficiency. I think I can make it work. Interesting looking copper. Weird. Okay. Temporary power will be run just south of here. Yeah, this... I'm not doomed. And I definitely could reload, but then I'd forget and not learn from this failure. Did I leave it on the ice planet? Not really. But I left enough that I can kind of save time a little. Don't know why the robots are not. Okay, that was weird. They just did nothing for a while and then out of nowhere. Oof. They all get to work at once. Must have been trying to calculate something. Is this somehow related to robot interference wind? Ah. So it waits till there's... Actually, I'll watch this for a moment. So it'll wait till it stops, I guess, flashing. Whatever percentage that requires before it goes. That's interesting. Assuming 25% would be a number. That looks like 20%, which also makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't actually reach. So I should have made it better than that, but... So many specific issues. Yeah, like... Definitely. If I was running 4 reactors... I do have a lot of batteries. Oh, I could have ditched my... I could have ditched some of the portable solar panels for more RTG, but... It's also just kind of... I landed right as it was turning night, which doesn't help with my current power. It is fairly... reliant on... solar. Yeah, the setup I had was fine on Nauvis. And like, if I'd gone to this other planet, it would be fine as well. It's kind of unfortunate. It's still going a lot better than the ice planet. Because that planet did not go well for my personal Roboport. Wait, I'm getting rid of those because I'm just going to place the convenient entire planet coverage ones. I'm actually going to have to change my priorities a bit. Uranium. Which actually, this is why I brought the rail stuff, I guess. That's inconvenient. I'll have to set up a manual uranium thing to start, and then adjust from there. Like, it won't ship to here properly. Yeah. Like, I think this one won't be... I actually think this one's gonna go worse because I forgot the power, but that's a personal failing and would have been completely avoidable. Let's get this power going. I think at some point I should figure out a better grid for this. 'Cause this is clearly a flawed. I guess I can make it work better by getting rid of this bit and just shifting it over one. Then it will work. I just need to figure out how to lay it out to not have that bit of overlap. Okay, this will produce... Why? 600 times about 7 kilowatts. Oh no, that is with the reduction. Okay. Cool. 6 times 2, 12. It should produce an okay power amount. It seems to say 12 megawatts. That doesn't seem right, but I think I can jumpstart the mining with 12. If while these are charging, I can get to work connecting my uranium. Oh, what am I gonna fuel trains with? I guess I have to mine coal or something. Though I could use rocket fuel. Just feels wasteful on this particular planet. But it would probably be fine. I'm gonna have to get oil processing to get sulfuric acid. A lot of goofs. Yeah, like if I do that, it's probably because yeah, the rocket fuel is it doesn't even perform much better. Like despite being, I would say, more expensive, it's like a fairly marginal improvement. Which is kind of sad. It was, oh, the oil, yeah. Okay. This should be fine. It feels out of place that this planet isn't crazy good solar, but that's entirely because of space age. With its, like, much more curated planets. And 10 megawatts. We'll let it run for a bit. Enough to supply the initial work. Always impressed by how annoyed placing these makes me instantly. It takes no time at all before it becomes a nuisance, even though I'm only placing like 6 of them. That should be fine. That'll get built eventually. Did I run out of solar panels? I did. No, I didn't. Is that a landfill thing? No. Oh. There's some whole thing under there. Oh, core mining, yeah, okay. It's hard to see. That's a good reason that they didn't place it. Kinda wish it was... Okay, I understand why. That doesn't look as distinct. Silly mistake. Okay, build this. Can't build it. Don't actually have the resources. Okay. So I'm getting pump jacks, pipes, and the various processing steps. I'm gonna need to mine the iron. But I brought a lot, so I won't need to mine it right away. So first things first is the oil processing components. Then all the pipes. Should work well. Okay, power is good. How do I... Easiest would just be copy the basic layout, which would be this. But I positioned it differently, so I'm just going to redo it. Don't have water yet. That needs a pump. That pump over here. I'm not carrying that, so I'll leave it. So, if I planned ahead, I could plan the whole cracking processes, but I think that will go below. That can be left for now. Safest choice is to figure out how I want this to be laid out. Inconsistent. So this goes in this area. This doesn't. I don't know why. Oh, horizontal flip? Nope. Yes, there. Okay. That makes sense. For some reason, that was... okay. Weird. That's correct, that's the output. If I need it vertical, I can leave it for now. Don't need the power poles. That can be removed. Don't know why that was laid out that way. I guess it's the weird merge to the right that I will actually require. Because I picked a weird pair. Okay, that will produce an output. Then I need... The most important thing right now is sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is just a sulfur, iron, and water. So I need to produce the sulfur. The sulfur is petroleum. Petroleum also needs to be used for rocket fuel mostly. And the final Vulcanite task. The Vulcanite is projected to require 400 just for the Vulcanite. 3.4k for the sulfur that's used in the enriching process. Okay, I'm gonna need to make a lot of sulfur, so that's a simple task. I can plan to make sulfur there. Flip, flip. Nope. That's the order that I want. So this will be running here. Which I should position this for the proper scaling. Water will have to be hijacked. It makes me want to flip this. That would be easier. This will output onto a belt. That'll be fine. This can produce 2 per second. I need a bunch per minute. Yeah, I only need 2 of these, so that's fine. 4 should be more than enough. I then probably want to split this. And send some of it for sulfuric acid, also feeding off of the water. And some of it to Vulcanite processing, which will be over there. So this will input sulfur. Remember, I don't have speed. I should probably set up a factory manager thing for nuclear reactors just to get rates, but iron will come from here, which means that I could feed iron onto the belt if I plan this out. I will do that first, yeah. That does the exact opposite of what I need. Oh, that's the first time this place has been damaged. Cool. Okay, I can do the opposite, but then it splits badly there. I should just run this differently. Have it split normally. Run that way and just feed the fact that these all place on the other side and just feed the right with iron. Can I... Can. Okay. That will work quite conveniently. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about perfectly covering this, because I shouldn't need much of the iron just for fuel. Fine, I might have to do more. Oh, long term I kind of want to try and pyro flux process these, but short term that's not even worth considering. But eventually doing that will be interesting if it's not too resource intensive. See if it's the pyro flux to iron ingot. Each iron ingot takes 250 molten iron. 250 molten iron is, yeah, it's pretty efficient. As long as it's being produced in a large enough quantity. This is simply very lucky that my computer didn't just shut off, because my light itself just died. Always weird when power cuts out. Yeah. Like, once this planet lets me get the Kovarex, it'll be better. Until then, I do need to get this going quickly to actually get the 238. Without the 238, it's bad. Okay. Oh, wait, I must have shifted down one. This is gonna look bad, but... Nuclear is... Nuclear makes me think of the space age fusion, where it's... Fusion is even freer, I think, than nuclear, once you have it running, which requires the last... functionally the last planet, and so it's a big investment anyway, but... It's it kind of limits how free nuclear felt. Yeah, I just never really think that. Yeah, it is kind of a bit of iron, a bit of sulfuric acid, and then power. As opposed to the initial steam nightmare of constant power drain. Yeah, I felt strongly compelled to do it. And like, I actually have a blueprint that is totally useless. Like, it was fun to build. I found it really fun to lay out. To like have the stuff feed back properly and everything. And making one to put on a ship. Yeah, because this one here, this whole block was my fusion power, I think, on my ship. Which is not an efficient ship because it's super wide and it's wasteful of space and stuff. But I think that the liquid loop for the fusion was reasonably satisfying. And it not needing to be water constantly fed in made it usable on a ship. And given that I don't remember if there's anything else of value on the ice planet. Again, I don't remember whether there was anything beyond the fusion materials that were really super important. It's been a while now. Like, it could have been much more relevant than I remember. Beyond serving as a launching base to go further. Okay, to pick up, well, I can pick up those while I'm here. Pick up offshore pump. Actually, I won't. I could remotely request sulfuric acid if I needed it. I could ship sulfuric acid via delivery cannon to here. Which would be pretty funny if it was practical at all. That's probably... I should grab a few iron to jumpstart stuff. Oh yeah, railguns were what to me were such a... Like, railguns really felt like they showed up too late. I guess, yeah, the foundations were pretty important for Fulgora stuff, if I'm... Either it was useful for Fulgora or I never used it at all, is probably most likely. Excuse me. Yeah, which I don't know if I really... did much scaling of it at that point. Like, I'd gotten convenient enough platforms that I could get a few... I think I got a few legendary pieces. I think I might have gotten a legendary power armor? And then I was good enough. Because the whole... I only ended up using Fulgora for, like, the mandatory component. And trying to set up a loop with her quality stuff. And the quality really was kind of annoying. The sulfur needs to be out. That's not going in because this is not there. And I have to pipe all this over here, which could be a time where it would be nice to try to use a train. I don't think it's worth it, though. Well, it might be necessary. I didn't bring enough pipes. I don't think I brought enough rails either. Yep, the corner. Didn't go... That's a lot of biters. Kills on global statistics. Huge number of spitters in the last 135 per minute of spitters and medium spitters. That is a lot. Cool. Great point. I could just produce pipes. See, I get too focused sometimes on the fact that I forgot something else. Then I forget that I can just actually craft pipes here. I think I should shift this. Then I can do that. And those will pipe through to there. I think one annoying thing, actually, I think the math is fine on pipe to grounds. Yeah, the pipe to grounds are more... These pipe to grounds are less efficient for the amount of iron, which I think is fine. I just wish it wasn't better to do this. But there is a reason that pipelines... building stuff underground is always harder than above ground. So it makes sense. Okay. Let's connect it to here. I would enjoy a weird tectonic nightmare where pipes had some like weird risk of bursting. It would be annoying because it would just be... It wouldn't actually make it more interesting. It would just be a nuisance, but it would be interesting-ish. probably going to need to add some to pressurize this. It's a lot further than I thought. I'm gonna need it around here. This is currently at 302 of 320. Oh no, the whole pipeline. It's not the current point that I'm looking at, so it's gonna need it about near here. There's clear numbers. And my robots got distracted. So I need my... I'll just search. Oh. Got my drills. Yes, I still need 100 and I need 100 still, so I need to make sure I don't use up those. I could also fill in the tanks on the way back. That needs to be filled in more. Well, I guess I filled in most of that. Yeah, I actually fully filled it in. Oh, it's nighttime. Of course, my production tank tonight. I didn't bring accumulators because I wasn't planning to rely on the solar. But I think as long as I actually bring the fuel next time, that shouldn't even be a worry, so... Haven't learned anything. Other than just remember. These. Okay. In the future, I also should always make sure to bring extra landfills, even if I don't plan to need them. It will probably turn out that I will need them anyway. Yes, that could be saved a bit by running it here. That's connected. Plug this in here. To there. To there. Now I just need to power them somehow, which I didn't plan. Oh yes, to jumpstart. Yeah, starting with a bit so that it doesn't need to start from nothing. Did I use up my landfills? I did. Okay. These will all go to the right, even though strictly speaking they need to go left long term. I'm gonna worry about trying to even put the tiniest bit of effort into actually balancing that. I can probably, it's probably low enough supply that just merging it all will be fine. I don't need a warehouse. I have just a few extra centrifuges. I want a warehouse, but I won't need a warehouse. I can set this up to get moving. To collect a little bit. Power is now doomed. 12 is still above my current supply, but it shouldn't be running for too long. Did I bring basic steel warehouses? I don't think I did. Which won't actually pose any problems. Things that I can do right now. I was gonna say I could speed module, but that would probably kill my energy. Or kill my already dead energy. Can't really kill something that's already dead. Just complaining about power. That should be plenty. It's goofy, it's bad, but it will work for now. Power will be insufficient. This is a scenario where if I make a mistake, bringing efficiencies could be useful. There's something I missed from Space Age, actually. Space Age with the constant back and forth spaceships did actually really raise the value of efficiency modules, where I haven't needed or even considered using efficiency modules in this yet. Maybe eventually there'll be some value, but as it is, it's kind of skippable beyond using it as a component. Just kind of a shame. Plenty of all that. I can make more landfills. Connect. Well, actually, I won't connect this because connecting the power would be an unnecessary drain. I could do this remotely. I could have the bots deliver the fuel, which really might be worth it. I should have brought buffer chests. Yeah, shipping this back via a belt is not bad. These are running noticeably. Hello. Crafting. Wait, is it? No, it's taking one of these. Oh, it is in this. Well, how are you? Oh, I have to. Some of these things which are recipe versus automatic. It's kind of, I wish it was automatic. Oh. I have a problem with Minecraft. How can you have a problem with the, I don't know, silliest game? That will have to be connected eventually, but yeah, jump start this way. Yes. Sort of what I'll say is it feels to me like the universal struggle with sandbox games. You just... productivity does increase energy, okay. Power will get up eventually. This is... I can't remember if it's a planet or a moon. This is a moon where I can mine a different material that I can then ship and use to research. I think I might need to deal with the nests in this area eventually, because that's a lot of angry biters attacking. I'm currently trying to resolve my lack of power because I didn't bring nuclear fuel for my nuclear reactor. So I need to do that before I can start claiming all the riches from the ground. At least this is at least a planet that doesn't have anything living on it, really, so... slightly less villainous implications. Probably shouldn't connect these because they do have a constant drain. Yeah. That will cause more of a problem than it's worth. And I can reconnect that later. Just live with it manually for now. Nest. Oh, nests. I was looking at back to Nauvis, kind of on the outer edges of my controlled land. Because this large clusters of spitters keep dealing damage here. And the nests in the area are what are funneling into that. Well, this specific nest, I guess. I don't know if they're technically called nests, but that's the easiest way to refer to them. Like, okay, I guess this is eating up pollution and generating a bunch of spitters here. And then every few minutes, I think, it just generated another, I think. it's gonna run here, get lasered to death, but deal damage and give me a notification at the same time. So I guess that's actually all I need to deal with. That nest is the real problem. Rutabaga. Delicious. I don't know if I've probably eaten rutabaga. Not one full of disgusting biters, though. Ooh. Gross. I just kind of want to sit here waiting for it to attack, but I really shouldn't wait. Why'd this stop? It's missing the required fluid. Why is it missing the required fluid? Because there's none for this, none for this, because I didn't set up the rest of this. That's fine. Short term... I think short term I might just convert it all. Short term. The true lazy solution short term is doing this, which is the wrong solution because it's not a solution. Oops. But I just want this to be moving so I can actually get power. But I guess while this is processing, I can think about what I want to do with this and not waste time. Okay, the things that I need to produce. I need petroleum gas for Vulcanite. And I need rocket fuel. That's it. The heavy oil is not needed for anything right now. Which means I can either crack it or directly solid fuel. It's more efficient in terms of oil to crack it and then turn it to solid fuel. But it's more efficient time-wise to just directly solid fuel it, or infrastructure-wise. Yeah. Everything can just be cracked down to petroleum. Sort of. I think first thing is definitely setting up cracking for the heavy oil, because that's the least needed. I don't need lubricant. I don't need anything else from the heavy oil yet. Where do I copy to? Copy to here? Should work. Flip it horizontally. This will feed down to this side somehow. Yeah. Just sort of destroy everything. Oh, I need actual raw iron. It's not raw iron, it's one-step processed iron. Oh, I'll do that. Basic setup there. Get rid of these. This will be the water, that's that. Which I can make work. It's not gonna look good. Leave some space. There's no sense in pushing everything too close together for no reason. Boom. Cracking. Step 1. Yeah, I'll have to get it all established properly, and then it will be fine. Only issue right now... I can do the light oil cracking up top. Actually, the whole thing that I've copied should be able to... Oh no, it has a recipe. Just copy this. It's a really messy setup. I don't need most of that. I just need this. I could run it here. I think I'll run it up. There for now, which isn't really planning ahead the most. That funneled all that. Some water there. Then I'm really good at choosing, for no particular reason, to make things significantly more prone to being a complete mess than is necessary. Because there is nothing tidy about this. It will be a problem if I need to expand this at all. But it's moving, and that's all I need right now. Because once I have one crafted set of fuel, I'm pretty much good to go. Might need more than one, actually. I'm not too certain. Okay, this is set to... I don't actually need those to read. This is just messy. Okay, that red comes from there. I don't need those reds. I just need that one. This is not the adjusted version. I should really replace this with the adjusted. Just leave that. Why not? Just do this. It's the adjusted version that I find, because this is based on the failed bad design that I fixed. But I don't have the fixed version. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's... I guess, yeah, if the base works, it will always have a pause. Like, it'll either be a beautiful monstrosity or clean, neat, and tidy. If it doesn't work, then it's not a base, so it kind of disqualifies itself. Okay, so I'm looking for decider, right? Yes. I think between the two planets, it's kind of a mix, because this one here, it's pretty neat. Until you look at the oil. The oil is not neat at all. Okay, so this should be set up. This should have them working. I'm gonna temporarily just add 2 to each. And then it's going to do this because, obviously. Take all of those out. Then add one to each of these. That should be fine for now. That looks like it might hit temperature with 2, at which point I will have power. A second set of fuel cells crafted would be better. I really do need Covarex working, but that can't happen yet. I really feel like I need to adjust this somehow. Like there's something that I need to fix. But this is 150 science. And that fills up 300 slots, assuming that's the only thing that it's requesting. I think this rocket should only have to deal with science. These other ones should be set to 0. That one's set to 1 because I actually do want all of that, so that's fine. I think I can just increase the science but it's not requesting any... Why is it not requesting... Oh, because I never hooked that one up. That's why it's not requesting any of those. Okay, that's fine. I think I should increase this to like 225. Hope it fills up the rocket just fine, and then I can actually launch it when it's full. To continue research. Oh, hello. Hope you're doing well today. That's fine. What is this? This is 1, 235 is all I need. What is the math again? The math is 0.7, so it's 1 in 100-ish. It's actually meaningfully worse than 1 in 100, but... There. Okay, that should be enough to get power rolling. Currently my power is functional. Good. I can start setting up roboports then. And swap these to requester chests. Remove the... belts, and add 4 more to each. Nope, I'm bad at math. 3 to each. Oops. Should really be better at math than that. 100 nuclear fuel in each. And this should be good to go. What do you... Like, you don't... I'm assuming... Because I don't follow Create as a mod in Minecraft, but... I'm assuming you mean, like, which additional, like, add-on mods? you aren't sure which ones to add? Oh, I should connect this. Now that I have the power. Yeah, all I know is that people really like making add-on mods for it. Okay, I probably need to underground a bit. It feels out of... It feels like super strong armor feels outside of the... I know add-ons are add-ons and all that, just outside the design space of a mod like Create. Oh, okay. I would never think that adding any armor feels out of the design space to me. There and there. Oh yes, I wanted to speed upgrade. Oh no, I can speed upgrade these later. Instant Fire is it's a weird mod. I think it actually does a good job of being what it wants to be. It's just I always find it weird when I encounter it in a mod pack. I feel like I'm not producing nearly enough sulfur. Which could become a problem. Grab that. Okay, I should start moving my items closer. Near there. Right here. Okay. Dump a lot of the excess garbage. Sort of that I'm... Like my current thing, the amount of... I'm worried that the amount of sulfuric acid currently being consumed would become an issue if I just leave it. Oh, I should put up the meteor defenses, but I shouldn't get distracted. I should put the... Yeah, leave the bots in my inventory. I was about to say, to me... I mean, fantasy steampunk is a key part of that. Like... I was gonna say that dragons don't feel steampunk to me, just because of other things, but there is a game that's popped up on Steam occasionally that's in early access that I saw that is steampunk fantasy stuff with, I think, a dragon on the main art. I mean, I think they are probably very steampunk, or incorporatable. Incorporatable is not the right word. They can be incorporated well. I always lean much more picturing steam flying machines, which then get attacked by dragons and whatever, so that actually fits. Yeah. I have to assume that that's like engines that are powered by dragons, which is incredibly steampunk. Well, again, like fantasy steampunk. Hmm. Like, yeah, the fancy creatures and stuff. I'm just picturing now hot air balloons powered by dragons, but like massive hot air balloons, not tiny little dragons in normal sized hot air balloons. Which I've never watched the Fantastic Beasts movies because I don't care. But there might be something adjacent to that. I don't know if it's just a weird creature that glides. I've just seen basically trailers. Did I put the meteor defense in here? Yeah, like hot air balloon, but on the scale of like, I'm gonna say the Hindenburg, which wasn't a hot air balloon, but just sort of for a scale of a flying machine. Not really the best example. There's probably less tragic examples of blimps. Just unsurprisingly, like the most tragic one is obviously the one that comes to mind. I guess that is true. Kind of. Yeah, in a sense, it's... Not a... Not the same aesthetic, though. I know Create... There's been a... There was a lot of stuff for a while about a flying... Yeah, actually. Flying machines in vanilla Minecraft are so goofy. Like, I think their existence is really funny. And how they're used sometimes, like, flying machines just to break stuff back and forth is all really... It's complicated and kind of neat. I can leave that in here. But, yeah. Like, I haven't kept up on checking a lot of modded Minecraft stuff. That's been talked about for at least a few years, I think. Like, if it's worked on, it's being worked on, and that's great. It's just always a case where it kind of becomes funny on its own, like, just funny the very existence of the plant. Like, I mean, Silksong. Silksong took forever to come out. It wasn't discussed a lot. Well, there was not a lot of news. And then it eventually released, which was great. But it's a similar sort of feel. Oh, but... I mean, I don't think it's relevant to modern modded Minecraft, but there were ways to make sort of... I don't know if they would qualify as flying machines, but there was... Red Power, I think, was a mod in like 1.6 that you could set up machines that move in multiple directions slowly. Not really a nice flying sort of movement. Like, I remember people could set up... There's a Thaumcraft mining laser that could be placed on them, and you could move block entities. So you could actually move chests and stuff. But it was very... I think it was kind of buggy, because they were block entities that didn't really normally get moved. So it didn't work super well. I think block entity is the term. It's been a while. Okay, these are going to be supplied by robots. Can I supply these? So, one here. If I place these carefully, I can supply 4 from one chest. And despite bringing 5, I only really need a few. It will waste a lot of ammo, though. These are super unnecessary. I just really like the security provided by these. I'm gonna drain my power a bunch. Yeah, because like a lot of simplification can make vehicles work. There are a few mods that have existed where you can place a bunch of blocks and you can fly with them. I think those are what Create Aeronautics is trying to like do, but better, because those mods always had a lot of issues. It's like you build it, then you place the final block, and then bam, it's its own sort of weird entity. But always impractical. I think from a sense, like, the existence of the Happy Cast kind of reduces the need or the appeal of those sorts of mods, I think. Maybe I'm overestimating the Happy Cast because they move so slowly. But it's kind of Elytra and that kind of... Oh, that didn't fulfill what I needed. Okay. Elytra and the Happy Cast kind of fill the flying niches that in like 1.6, 1.12 didn't really have anything beyond like jetpacks that were sort of one insta solutions to all flight. Oh yeah. Like being able to build a blimp is fun. And that's why there's a lot of desire for stuff like that. Okay, I want to see this. I'm just gonna place too many of these, doesn't really matter. I think Valkyrian Skies was one of the later iterations on the concept. I might be misremembering. It might just be that I only heard the name significantly later. And I'd heard of the mod, seen its existence, just never knew what it was called. Okay, is that enough? I want to connect it over there. I think I've made too sprawling of a base, despite not even having achieved the bare minimum goal. I'm gonna get sidetracked for a moment. And search Valkyrian Skies, yeah. I'm curious. Oh yeah, I mean the fact that it has forged fabric means it's probably That's 2. Well, it could be. It could be that they've updated it, but I think it's a new... This is... Yes. Archimedes inspired add-on. No, maybe not. I don't know. I shouldn't be getting sidetracked by this. Yeah, Archimedes ships, I think, is the one that was... Yes, this was the, I think, fairly janky classic because CurseForge created 1 decade ago, updated 1 decade ago. Oh, I have frozen. Weird. Classic, super old. Mod that was weird. Yeah, from a purely utilitarian perspective, it was not a super useful mod. This is enough that I wanted the balancing, which again I keep saying this, I should make it into a blueprint, which I might have already done. But if I did, it wasn't sorted, so... That's quaint. It's faster to build that than it is to use a blueprint, so it's funny that I built a blueprint for that. Okay, so that's all there. Now is the real task starts. Actually getting this moving. Okay, actually first let's check. Those are not filled because I didn't put robots. Robot. Let's make sure I'm carrying them all. Good. Huh? Oh no. What? Well, those robots are gonna be stuck for a while. Running all the way across the world. There. That probably won't stop them. That's a waste of time. I'll have to go grab the fuel myself, because otherwise this will run out of power soon. But after that, I can start figuring out. I need to just pulverize everything, which is easy. This doesn't have fuel because I didn't add inserters. Pulverizing's easy, then I need to centrifuge it and figure out how I want to do that. How I want it to loop back and everything. That should keep it running long enough. And not worry. I have 25,000 connected there. Pulverizers. I need 5 with the current rate. I'm feeding in from 4 belts. It's just not going to look good no matter what I do. The easiest is to set pulverizers along the top. Just run it all along the line. Pulverizer. There. I wonder whether it's a bad idea to try and use splitters. The product's gonna be their own mess, but I messed it up. If I run a line, let's move down one. If I run a line like this, input it however fast it needs to be. Just run a line along just split each of them with a priority to join at the expected location. This is 1.3 belt, which I guess does just mean that if I run like that, I really just need that much. Supply via the belt. Which means the whole balancing is unnecessary, but I'm gonna leave it there for now because maybe if I want to scale it up in the future. It should be fine this way. It looks awful. But really don't need to be running that type of component. Did you split it into a more controlled like flow to each pulverizer? Because that's the only other thing that I was thinking of as an approach. This gets pulverized and there's no additional thing. I probably filter the outputs, which a blue is fast enough. Crushed, enriched, and fanned. Excuse me. It's not gonna look... The substations are gonna kind of make it look kind of bad. Oh no, I can make... It'll be symmetrical enough if I do there, 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 and there. That will look okay. I just need to figure out what to do. Oh no, I just built a layout. I'm just starting to lay out the processing of material. The math, one belt, 1.3 divided by 5 should be fine. This might... I might need to do 2 inputs or change where that splitter is. I might need to adjust that, but it will be tidy, hopefully. Okay, and then I think I just ship all the sand to one side, the enriched to the other. I guess we'll go out that way. But that won't work because the substations that I chose to position like this. Hmm. These place on the... Oh, I hate this part. They place on that side. Okay. Which means I can run this. This isn't gonna look good. I think this is not the way to go. I could use long inserters. Yes. That will be better, potentially. If I swap that... Oh, great point. I had the wrong filter. Thank you. Which doesn't matter. To fix these anyways, this is convenient. Filter 2... And I was just thinking too much about the eventual converting it to sand. And I can do this. Oops, too far. That should get all of the stone out of the way. And it leaves me with space to do... No, it doesn't leave me with space to do this because it just doesn't work. I could also long arm these ones. Okay, this is not... I don't believe this is a good design. I just think it's a funny design. And it will make me happy. Long arm inserter. Placed one block further. And I think it's terrible, but I think it's sufficiently fun. Then I can just run straight down. Yeah, because I mean the stone and sand is use. I mean the stone turned to sand even just on its own, like obvious merit is already. The output is 0.6 crushed vulcanite. So I can just merge all these. But yeah, the stone to sand can be used on site. Ugh, I hate the symmetry of this. Or a lack of symmetry on this. Left limit that. Is there a way I can make this look better? I think there is. I'd rather this look less awful. I can probably just copy this for both of these. It's not going to look great, but it's going to look better than what I would have had. And then it defeats the entire purpose if I just do this. The whole merging there does nothing if I just merge it here. which I think should be correct based on the belt supply. Yeah. The stone will eventually be turned to sand, which will eventually be used for processing here, potentially. Now I need 31 centrifuges, and I don't know how I want to do that. For my own sake, I need to see what 31 centrifuges looks like placed down, which would be a 5 by 6. 5. I don't know how to count. That's a lot of centrifuges once that's filled in. Obviously a big square like this is pointless. I'm feeling very zigzaggy, but that feels suboptimal. At the point of the centrifuges, there should only be, yeah, half a belt of crushed vulcanite and a fraction of a belt of the other two, which means a belt for this and a belt for those two combined. I need 2 belts to get supplied. I could do silly... If I had brought red belts, I could do silly underground alternation stuff. Probably. But I didn't. I could weave in and out, or I can supply both on one side. Output is less than half a belt of both, which means I could long arm probably if I needed to. Oh yeah, I'm assuming that once you scale up to like what you were presumably trying to finish working on the other day, yesterday, you mentioned that it was multiple iterations to get it to where it was at. Once you get above 1 belt of this, I imagine it becomes less convenient. It's a lot of centrifuges to work with. Yeah, so that's like 10, so 5 over 5 belts of crushed vulcanite input. Oh, maybe not, but like around 5. Yeah, and that you want to keep that balanced across all of the separate lines. Okay. I mean, there's 2 approaches I could take. I could overload the centrifuges and just have all of the waste go into a separate bundle. Like I could set up 31 centrifuges on this main input line, which would not be accurate because the 31 centrifuges is accounting for the feedback, or it should be. But that's probably the less productive way to plan. Actually doing this. Okay, that's empty, which means this should be populating this. 26, 26, 24, 24. Good. Oh, also I need to keep an eye on this. That's close to full. It currently has no real demand that I can supply it. I should give it one of these. And that's the last bit to add. I need 50 more cargo shipped up. I'll just ship it just to get it moving. I think that's worth it. Oh yeah, because then they, without the loop, it wouldn't be happy. But I mean, if I just worry about looping, like I could have the, I should look at the recipe. Like I could have the enriched looping properly to like the start and the end, and only worry about looping crushed. I mean, no, it's a non-issue. I'm not going to do this, but I just need to input priority left and have the outputs feeding into there. Like, that will keep that fulfilled, I think. Of course, that's not how I'm going to build this, but on a basic level, basic functional process, I think that's what I would have to approach. Now I also need my sulfur, which is a little further down than I thought, but that's fine. Bad planning, but that's fine. I had actually originally planned to supply the iron only to the one side, but I just supplied it at the base because it was easier. Okay, that's gonna probably need to be mined eventually. Okay, then I can run this across now. Just connect that, which I will have to deal with. The enriched Vulcanite. Okay, so the sulfur does not need to loop in any way, which is good. I need to figure out how... I guess, yeah, the enriched feeding back in while actually going to the output is the biggest thing. Which is probably just prioritize the loop over the output. If the loop isn't full, feed it into the loop. If the loop is full, it can be used for the blocks. So starting from here, if I just run a line, I would need to supply the second, which supplying it on the other side would probably have potential issues. There's the option of outputting that. I could output the crush to here, then group it all together, feed it back in. Which already that feels like a problem, but it's supposed to be... Yeah, 0.6 crush, that wouldn't work already. There's already issues with that. I'm just wondering if I can make it, if I can separate it left to right. I don't think I can separate it left to right with it looking at all nice because of the 0.6 belts of crushed vulcanite going out. If there was less crushed vulcanite going out, I could do this, and then it would loop in, and it might be okay. Except it would be on one side, and I don't think this works on a fundamental level, even ignoring practical, trying to prioritize the sort of keeping the sides neat and tidy. I just don't think it would work. Okay, counting 10. So I need 3 times that. Okay, if I feed this in here, both are fairly controllable. If I try to loop this around, I would need probably 2 output belts for each. One for the enriched. Can we do this? Cool. And one for the crushed, which should be the other order because that should be crushed. This should be enriched. Run this belt across. Wrong line there. I still need that. But then this is the issue. I was thinking that I could... What is the actual demand? The demand isn't high, even when I add the intended modules. The demand won't be more than 1.5 a second. Yes. Which... I can add the sand to... This can have the sand, because it's low enough requirement, or it's a low enough draw. I need my productivities. These can go... I could have a filter in the middle that just goes back and forth. That's completely unnecessary, but might look pretty cool. I don't think it would work well. I'm just trying to consider how it would look. Filter right, sand, filter left, sand. I really think this would look kind of cool. It's completely unnecessary though. There's absolutely no reason to use that many splitters because you can split it at the end. But it looks kind of cool. Which is not a good reason to do that. That works pretty well. It makes me happy. It makes anyone that sees it is either going to be happy because it looks funny, or I don't know, angry because they don't like fun. I am gonna do that. It's a total waste of material. Oh, that's gonna have to be positioned differently on this side. If I flip it vertically. Oh. Oh, so good. I mean, there's actual... There are benefits to this, I think, right? If it was significantly bigger and had more than a fraction of a belt. Like, it's less than a third of a belt, so it's not really gonna be useful at all. I guess it's a question of whether each side of the splitter has its own, is viewed as its own belt. Because if that is 45 items on each side, then there is actual value to laying it out like this. Eventually. Just not at the scale I'm working with. I was gonna make it loop around, because I think this could go up and then back, but it's probably better to just move it all downwards and just extend it. So that is 28. Yep, another set is all I need. Not gonna... it's having too many of these potentially a problem. I don't think so. Copying and pasting this has highlighted a few of the flaws with this. A lot of these splitters are really not needed. I think this splitter does nothing. Which I enjoy the goofy splitters, but I actually think the ones that do absolutely nothing are probably best to be taken out. Might not look as good though. This one does nothing? This is pretty easy then. It's the ones that line up here. It's not bad. It looks less wasteful despite the fact that I think it is still wasteful. It's a little less. It's less fun, but I wasn't carrying enough. I might have another couple hundred splitters though. Oh yeah, I have 50 there, so I could do the full thing. Coming to power. Will the power work out here? Yes, it will. Put it one closer. Oh, it won't go across if I don't put it there. I can run it around the outside, that's fine. Start from the bottom for symmetry. I still have to figure out how this is all going to feed back into the system. But I can connect this. And run out of belts. I hope I have a lot more. Good. I'll just have to think about how this is going to feed back. I think the basics here are fine. I just need to probably leave more space. I mean, this should be able to take these Merge them and merge them. Which should feed that back in just fine. The sand gets out of here and needs to go left, which will look really bad. That shouldn't be a problem anymore. It is a design flaw. Then these two will need to feed back into the correct side of this line. That'll look better there. Nope, that should go there. That doesn't feed in correctly, but input priority right. This is going to take a while to actually get moving correctly. Inputs. Middle, these are less than one thing, should be fine with that. Flip it, and I will find what's wrong with it, eventually. Oh! Oh, yes. I just need to make sure this enters how I actually need it, which would mean I'll let this sit for a second. I just need to prioritize what? Because the direct feed, I mean, I guess maybe I don't need to prioritize it because it will always be fine. I could do something super janky. I could splitter filtered right, or take the enriched off this line, which would mean just don't merge it on first. I can just change where it merges. I can merge it here. Place. No, I can't. Oh, space. I can put this there, prioritize left, remove that, turn it in. That should priority properly. Oh. Yes, thank you. I would have certainly missed that. I need more inserters. I hope I brought enough long inserters. Good. I'm loving what it looks like. I don't have an output yet. Do I even have space for an output? I entirely focused on the loop. and not how to actually do anything with it. I can figure out how to pull out the enriched. I can pull out enriched up here pretty safely, I think, with a splitter that prioritizes the output. That part's fine. I just need to figure out how to handle... Oh, this wasn't set up correctly because I didn't do that. The enriched is easy to deal with. It's the crushed that I don't have any space for. I could extract it here. Add another one of these. Or I could just pull it from here. If this output priorities to the right, and then I pull that out there, that should... Ooh. Speed at which that... Oh no, that was the stuff that was collected there already. Okay. That there, and that output priority left. The only issue is the sulfur, which I can filter... The enriched. And I think that works. This outputs 4 crushed per, and the block is 1 crushed per. So it outputs 4 times the crushed needed per block. Which could be workable. Oh, I missed something. 4x. Actually, there's also the 1 enriched to 4. Then it's 2. Yeah, okay. It's a half there. Guess this should work, I think, is my understanding and hope. I need 2 industrial furnaces. So is this the correct number? It is 1 extra. Which, if it causes a problem, I can just break 1 and it'll be fine. See, it's being shut down is what should happen. I shouldn't need another belt of crushed, so I could merge the 2. But I shouldn't. Enriched centrifuge, crushed, join. Pointing there, that's already there, that's fine. That's priority. That's input priority. Enriched is priority that. Why is there sand here? Oh. Okay, that's unrelated to what you were pointing out. That's just something I spotted. You can start the crafting for now. Yeah, I have to get this moving right now, anyway. Which... 2 of these. And figure out how these actually work, because I don't know... So water in, steam out, fairly simple. Okay. Water, petroleum, probably space them out by 1. Not doing this right here, just this is proof of concept. To get an idea of how I have to do it later. Belts. I don't need the stone. This guy here has a problem. Oh, yeah. So I shouldn't prioritize this. Okay, makes sense. So I should... Yeah, because if the enriching stops because there's too much enriched, that's not a problem. If the crushing stops because there's too much enriched, that is a problem. Okay, that makes sense. I need to think about that. 'Cause yeah, I was thinking, oh, I want these to be moving constantly, but that's not what I need. I don't need them moving constantly. I just need them making the enriched. And if they're stopped, if they can't produce enriched because there's too much enriched, that's not a problem. Oh, how am I gonna get liquids over here? Water's there. Petroleum's over here. Water's also over here. I can run them both from here. I could run the water from that. I guess yeah, I can run them both kind of parallel. Okay, that'll be fine. I'll just move where this is, probably down here, because I think that's where it will look the best. Place there for now. Probably turn it to the right. Nah. What else can you put? Do this steam. Steam needs to go into a chemical plant. I think my one issue with these, I wish these would turn, because this is the front. And because that's the front, it feels like visually that's the front. They don't turn the visual effect. It feels like I should always be feeding it from the back instead of the front, which is entirely a me issue. But I wish the visual adapted when rotated. A lot of blocks don't. I just... need to manage my own insanity. I feed this that way. Steam to water, which should be somewhere. Then I can freeze. It's an awkward location. I guess I do this. Okay, just disconnect that so I don't break it again. Currently the extent's... okay, that's fine. Extent should be pretty close. 152. Oh, that's really close. That's actually obnoxious. If it could just go just a little further, it would be fine. Or it would be better. This is a higher priority input. And I have to control it somehow. There should not be sand on this line. I think that was from a temporary issue. Oh, it did, no. I messed up this output. Yes, I cut those off early. So that top pair is not outputting correctly. Let's just cut that out. Which means I can't quite fit it in as I did before. I can make it work, just it will look bad. I can reconnect that for sure. Oh, whatever. I'm committed to the design. Now it should be fine. Except if this fills up in the sand, that shouldn't be a problem. That's gonna need to be set up to loop properly. I will add it. Add a pump somewhere here. Where are my water pumps? I should have kept them in my inventory. Not those. I guess they're in here? No, I have lost them. Or I'm calling them by the wrong name. Nope, it's in this one. Oh, there they are. To figure out what I want to do to control this. This is gonna have to have full output. I think I just need a tank and that's all. If I put a tank, which I don't have in my inventory. Yeah. I think I did the same thing. I just need to set it up the same way I set up a similar loop. Not there. On one of these other building areas, I set up this exact control method with this to manage the this liquid. Thermo fluid? I just have to find water. Let's read contents. Hey, what did cryo? I don't remember cryo stuff. This thermo fluid I think is what the biggest thing was. These are all full of water. Now I need the items and the petroleum. Petroleum I can run along the top. Why am I out of petroleum? What am I even using petroleum for? Oh, yeah, that, obviously. I always forget that sulfur is made of petroleum. I really don't need these to be separate. Like, I have no reason for these to be two separate lines. But it might be better to try to design something that can work with separate lines. The crushed vulcanite is lower demand. This could look nice. The splitter is not going to be nice, but if I view this as one end of the line, that'll look kind of nice. The red with the red. Of course, I don't actually have outputs yet, but outputs are not important. 1 per second, that's easy. This could be so much better. I'm already thinking about ways it could be better. My positioning on the chemical plant is, I think, not ideal from an aesthetic layout point of view. If I space these out a little more, I could feed them onto a belt directly. There are already flaws, but for the moment, I can ignore those flaws and get to filling a rocket. Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like, or no, I hope that by the time I need to scale it up, I might happen upon a nicer, well, it's already a really nice planet. I'm mostly just thinking a planet where I can use this, that I can use it as an alternate source for like iron and steel and stuff, where this planet, this moon, is not a good source for iron and steel. Okay, that's currently gated by that. Which can be addressed. So the math, this suggests that I don't need to speed this up. But it's not accounting for the drain imposed by the sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid drain is not accounted for in the factory planner. I also should supply speed upgrades to these. Okay, I guess if that's... Actually, I guess that is pretty clear, huh? 1 vulcanite block is 10 pyroflux. So it's 1 block per set of ore. Yeah, and they stack to 200, yeah. I can see that being a fairly low demand. Ooh, the crushed stuff is not looking great. Is that because this is not moving? Yes, it is. Let's temporarily get it moving. I might have to manage this for a bit. hoping, based on very little, I'm hoping that it's just an issue that I caused by letting it run and clog up. It does not look like that is the issue, though. I mean, it might be. It's kind of impossible to judge. Actually, yes. The math is probably a lot tighter on this. We're like, I have an extra one of these. I have 0.01 extra pulverizers. I have one more centrifuge. That all could add up. No, it's working through the backlog, which is a good sign. This is a good sign. Sort of. Yeah. It Oh. Huh? Oh, I just convinced myself incorrectly. The design there is just not right for the Vulcanite. That's fine. I can adjust. Easiest adjustment would be... moving that there, and then zigzagging the other one. Okay, let's tear this down. I keep forgetting that the crafting speed is not reflected in the recipe in a convenient manner. This isn't gonna work. I'm positioning that wrong. Okay, there are clear flaws with my current design, but I can make it work. Yeah, well, there are a few. Ooh, I wonder if that will fix itself. I wonder if I need to let it fill up with a little more water first? Before circuit controlling it? Oh, you know what? That is my bad. Oh no, the 500 is fine. I just didn't connect the input. I thought I had, but I forgot. It's still not inputting fast enough. And now it's the petroleum that's the issue. But in the last minute, I've been producing 275 a minute, which is under the desired rate, but that's because of the petroleum. Petroleum is an issue. That should help a little. I need more oil. All the issues are self-imposed. No, I need speed. speed these up. That'll help. Except these are not pumping. Because the target's full. I must not have connected it. Classic. Truly a classic. Oh yeah, speed will help. Speed beacons will be so useful. Will help a lot. Okay, now am I producing enough? I don't think so. Crushed is not there, but this is working its way up. Still think it's... It still feels like it's an issue that I just let it run, but... I need to observe it a bit. Actually see it running from the top all the way down. Because there's bits here. This is still backing up, which is not good. I mean, one thing I can do is remove that. I don't think that will change anything, but Factory Manager, that was one more than Factory Manager was listing. I don't think that will change anything, because I can't imagine the math would be that tight in any way, because ideally the way I set it up shouldn't rely on the math being perfect. Am I missing... I think that's part of the issue. The uneven split on that, so this is not being utilized. Like, an entire half is being underutilized because of how I'm feeding it in. Where I think if I... made sure it was... Okay, merge. If I made sure that it was nicer, I think that would... Well, I guess I have to fix the merging there, not the merging here. I think that's a big part of the issue. Which could be... remedied by feeding it in at a different spot. Crush to enrich centrifuge output was... 1-to-1 between the enriched and crushed. In the end, I am basically just placing all my faith in the Factory Manager. Which actually could mean that the extra machine was a problem. Oh, but in theory there should... Okay, the input here is 10-to-1, the output's 1-to-1. There's a loss of 6 crushed Vulcanite. Minus 6 crushed plus 3 enriched. The crushing process produces 3, okay, 3, 10, 30 for every 1. 30 crushed per 1 enriched. Which means for every 1 enriched, that should feed into the centrifuges. Well, no, the whole... Oh, I guess this... Yes, okay. Yeah, I didn't connect that, so... I could make it work. Yes, I did. I connected it too far up the chain. So if I add this into the equation, that should fix the issue, I think. Yes, because I forgot that this was only output, and that I wasn't looping this into the input until after. I should be pulling this from here, but I don't have the space. I could make the space to pull from there instead of two separate zones, but it's better to do this. Oh, yeah. This one here is fine. Actually, because this... I guess they would collapse at the same time? I'm pretty sure... I thought that this bit here should be input priority from the circling bit. The hard join is... That's the only one I can think of. Qualifies the hard join. I think if this is prioritized from the input here, then this will be much more likely to build up. Which determines if I actually don't... I don't need this one? Or you mean from here? You mean join there? I was thinking of a separate... You meant the connection at this point. Yeah. Assuming you meant this one, that makes sense to me now. I just was trying to piece together this bit. And this. I think it should work. Yeah. But I think it... Yeah, this has to be... The crushed will be more likely to... If the crushed can't get in, it would be a problem. And this, I guess... Yeah. Which... It's probably still worth having a splitter here. I don't think it actually matters. Because this... It'll always prioritize that if I just direct line that, so I don't actually need that. I don't need to manage it the other way. Right now it's working fine. Is it maintaining... Okay, it's currently at 300 per minute, which is... short. Yeah, if something crazy happens, it could go wrong. This is still blocked up. If this is gradually clearing, then that's where my current... Well, no, that should be where the current slowdown is. The current slowdown is the steam. How is the steam the slowdown? Did I... No, there shouldn't be too much water in the system. Whatever. I guess it's just because of the bulk nature of the steam clearing. I would need a tank, and then I think it would be fine. Now it's fine with the speed upgrades, but... I think without the speed upgrades... Oh no, I did need 1.3. Okay. I just didn't check. Which is my bad. I should have actually checked the numbers instead of just assuming. Okay, now the crush is short. This is still clearing its way through. Those are all running. I'll let it run a bit more. Oh. The crush is short phenomena for this. Because the math assumed speed upgrades. Assumed is not the right word. It doesn't assume anything if I explicitly tell it that I'm using speed upgrades, or speed modules. Carrying a lot of junk in my inventory as always. Speed. Oh, I used them all. I thought I brought enough. Maybe I lost... What? No, I used... No, I didn't use any here. I guess the additional ones in there that I didn't really account for are... the problem, probably. There's no way that makes up for the number that I'm missing, though. I thought I sent enough. I thought I sent like 500 speed 2s. I want this running more closely to its desired speed. Which actually, I do have 134 of them, which is why I only have enough modules for 100 when I was only planning to have modules for 100. So of course that's a problem. It really shouldn't be surprising. It is working through the backlog, which means that it seems to be fine. Yeah, I mean, this is only part of my oil, at least, for now. Yeah, I think it's fine for now. I need to consume more heavy oil. Okay, that's easy. I probably could set up an emergency system to burn excess materials. I don't think it's necessary. Like, if one backs up too much, I don't know how... Oh, that backed up a lot. All of a sudden. Oh, yes, obviously it's going to back up if I'm introducing hundreds of these into the only place that they get consumed. Of course it will back up. Don't know what I expected. That should fix itself now. Yeah, it's going up, which is what should be happening. It just takes a while. And then once that's clear, I'll feel confident that it's mostly stable, ignoring the petroleum. Which I think the petroleum's fine now. It does look quite good. I wonder if I can get some mix of speeds and productivities. That feels like it could be worth adding. Just because. Yeah. It's... If I go here and I go full prod 2s, I would need 5. The only issue with 5 would be that my layout is bad. This still only calls for less than a belt of both. I absolutely could feed this in differently. I could merge them onto one belt and it would be easy to expand. Yeah, well, I mean, I really like the idea of just doing more smelters. I just need to think about my self-inflicted issues. If I move this over to there, I think that actually solves. I want to expand to the left, but that was in the way of belting left in the leftwards direction, but now I can actually just do that correctly and it will be fine. Current issue is crushed stuff is weird. Is that reasonable? Yes. This is still backed up about halfway, which means I think there must be some sort of... Well, actually no. Because this is still gonna run faster, so it's... I'm over... The smelters are over what I actually need, so of course they're not going to be running. Where are my extra smelters? There, and my productivities are in my inventory. If I could organize this differently. I wish I could sort it by... like, this is the amount of supply I want. I want to run this number of machines and then fill it the rest of the way. Like, I'm running 32 centrifuges, 31 centrifuges, expand the industrial furnaces from there instead of the fact that I have to go do that. Okay, I can't control Z. So I have to clear that. Oh, goodness. And instead I have to edit this to like 500 to see that it's 30... 50... I meant 520. Which I guess 520 is the magic number. That's the same for the rest of these, I think. Everything else stayed the same as what I had before. I guess I just do the math. Just get the math based on the reduction in speed and the increase in productivity. But then ignore the reduction in speed. Yes. 30%. 120, that doesn't seem right. 100 of 400 is 25%. 20 is a fifth of that. That's 30. That is 30%. Okay, yeah. Just do the math. It's simple. Never mind. Then I can change how I set this up in a bit. Okay. It's clear to the left. If I'm going to be using 7 furnaces, it's not going to look nice. Pretty much no matter what I do, it will not look nice. So, break that. The whole thing's gonna mess up again. So this is gonna feed in. This is gonna go down, over, feed in via that. This will just go down. Like that. This will need to be repositioned. That looks fine. Just need to change the output stuff. Oh, I just remembered something. My setup way over there, producing my power, does not have a source of iron yet. This will call for 1,000 iron. That would have caused a problem, and I would have completely confused myself trying to figure out why I had no power. Okay, that's working. Right now, still running at the normal speed. I need piped grounds, but I have to craft them. One, 2, 4. Oh, also I need to take these out. Belt can end there for now. This isn't needed, that is needed. Power's fine. That's the outputs. It's a fraction of a belt, so I should just be able to merge it all. These are not running because I don't have the petroleum, because this is not set up to feed that. The steam should still be fine because it's slower and all the way it produces it. Oh, it should still be fine. The idea of the productivity to get more steam from something like this is funny. That is 7. Excellent. distribution for the iron down here. Okay. The whole thing's backed up, which is fine. This distribution is surprisingly functional. I probably could use faster inserters there. Though they shouldn't be necessary. That backlog is inconsistent. Oh, yeah, obviously it's inconsistent because it's such a long craft. It's all very bulk process. Okay, these are working. Currently producing over the expected because it's working through the backlog and there's an extra one running. It looks functional. I really hate the flickering at the top though. Okay, the only way to solve that would be to fill them faster. Which shouldn't influence this once it's filled up. They should still get enough supply. Looks fine. Now they're not flickering. That's good, there's no longer a backup there. And now it can run, hopefully, like a well-oiled machine. Wonderful! And it looks pretty good. I really do enjoy the weird, constant sorting that's not really necessary. I could go back to the overkill splitters, and it would look better. Yes. I will need to do more than just dump it into this. I might collect the sand as is and craft the other bit. Like, only start crafting that as emergency later, but I am going to keep multiple warehouses, though. Am I carrying any? No, I'm not. Okay, I gotta pick up my robo-port. I still haven't actually put down my landing pad. That's something I definitely need to keep an eye on. That would get in the way if I put it there. This should be fine to put it here. And one up there. So, where am I gonna do the landing pad? Probably near here. What would I even be shipping to this planet? Like, I'm gonna basically just rocket parts to launch rockets from here. Oh, I do need to start producing rocket fuel. That's something. But I'm basically just gonna ship rocket parts? I don't really need a complicated... I won't need to really worry about output. I can probably just put a landing pad right near here, and it'll be fine. But... oh, it's a 2-tile thing. Yeah, like I have enough iron to get by for now. Like, I can get by with what I have. This should be ticked down. It's still 540. It's working through backlog still. Oh, it is quite fun to look at. I guess if I was... like, this could scale up by just adding, like... once this reaches its practical limit, I could just copy and paste multiple duplicates that have their own output. It wouldn't necessarily balance as well. Yeah, kind of like the, I think it gets the same, like, feeling at the endpoint of Gleba, except Gleba, I made a lot of mistakes, and everything collapsed. Nothing here collapses and breaks when it goes wrong. It just stops working. You don't have to rebuild it. They should add an exploding mechanic. If your stuff stands still too long, it just blows up. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. My current thing would probably need to adjust, but if I wanted to scale it up in the short term, I could probably get away with it. Not that I need to scale it up in the short term. Whoopsie, never connected that. Which I don't actually have the supply here, so it doesn't really matter, but that should keep my planet safe enough. Ooh, this iron is all being turned into that. That's to be expected. Are they maintaining the iron supply? There's over 1,000 that I dropped there, so I can't test yet. Yeah, I mean, 520 blocks per minute would be a lot. It would be a huge amount of smelting. And considering my current... oh, actually, I need to check this occasionally. And considering my current, the current status of the other science. Ooh. Steel. Yeah, the other science has its own issue. Coal. Oh, no, that's actually... oh. Interesting. What broke everything? This intersection, I think, broke everything? Somehow? Why can't I drive it remotely? Oh, because it was still on automatic. How did that happen? I'll have to troubleshoot that at some point. Oh, is the issue this? Combination of that and that is part of the issue? Why is this not set to 1? That's part of the issue? Oh, no, that's definitely the issue. That's why this whole thing happened. That one did not have a proper train limit set for some reason. And that's why it all broke. Because that happened up here a while ago. They kept trying to fill in this, but at a train limit of no train limit. Now a train limit of 1. Yet despite the train limit of 1, this train's still here. Why? No idea. I think it was a The intersection had an issue because of these 15 trains that are trying to be here. This isn't dropping off because this is not actually being utilized. I think this will cause a problem, but if I force all of these to the depots... I think forcing them all to the depots should fix this right now. Except this guy's stuck. Because I don't have enough depots. Okay. Oh, yes. I think it should loop around again, which is not ideal. I'm just trying to I'm making sure that that's the issue right now and not the signaling. I think it was the non-train limit here that caused the problem. So with that fixed, that shouldn't happen again. I now just have to find the trains that I shipped to the depots, which should go to the drop-off eventually. I hope. Yeah, it looks like they're... Interesting. This current interface from the locomotive breaks the core mining squares. The icons are broken in this point of view. Because it's not broken, it's just it gets rid of the triangle that makes them comprehensible. Interesting. I guess it's just how those the triangle is implemented behaves weirdly. It looks like the logic... I don't trust the logic, considering one of the trains that I shipped away was partially full, not fully full. And I don't know where that train went. Like, there was one that had one wagon that still had stone in it. And the fact that that one has disappeared, it must have gone around and gone to here, I'm hoping. But I have to be careful. I have to keep an eye on places that might cause issues like that again. It's a weird icon. Ah, goofy. This is stuck here because there is no depot spaces. There should not be this many depots taken up at any given time. Normally, but... I feel I might as well address that. I'm really not going to worry about this being efficiently placed. This depot really doesn't even need to be as big as it is. I think keeping the depot as some sort of percentage of total trains is probably the easiest. You probably only actually need like 4 spots at any given time, I think. You just need to not put 15 extra trains Why is this not moving? Okay, they can't find their path. Oh, because the depot is being built and they're confused by that. That's fine. They will figure that out eventually. And while I was doing that, this is still running smoothly. Wonderful. And it's more at the expected production rate, which is good. I guess the only worry right now would be running out of the resources that I'm mining. The resources themselves. But most of these are 200,000, so it should continue running very healthily until the oil becomes a problem, because I'm not paying attention to that. Need to scale this up a bit. I'm in range of the robots. Yeah. I mean, it should be 10,000. I'm mostly just concerned about whether I put too many of these on like the outside for the math. I need 100 of these running. Like, how many of these are actually sped up and at the desired modules and everything is the only concern. Which I think it should be fine. Okay, pipeline contents. Is it going down? Yes, good. Yeah. I forgot I would unlock big miners soon. Ooh. I forgot about these. These will be so impactful because they're different. They're new. Whether they improve any efficiency, I don't know yet, but I think I could feel that. Oh, I'm excited. I mean, yeah. I guess the equivalent in Space Age did effectively reduce consumption, right? Because they had... Is it same here? Because you can... Is it like productivity the ones in Space Age got so high that effectively you reduced consumption by a lot? Or in fact, it didn't really reduce the consumption, just... There were things where it was... Patches lasted a lot longer eventually because it was such a decrease in the drain. Why do I have coal? Oh, I know I have coal because I was throwing away coal and they shipped it there. Okay, that's looking fine. How's my power looking? Good. Yes, that's... It's kind of sad to not have that, but it's completely fair to not have like a 50% efficiency increase. Though, saying that, this is a mod... Ooh, there's sand there. I need to spot why that happened. This is the mod that... It could have been from a while ago before I fixed it, but this is the mod that has core mining with infinite resources from that. But these should be filtered. It must have been from earlier that the sand got through. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna make a second emergency one of these. It only activates under specific conditions. This is... how many slots? 200 times 500. 100,000? I'm not going to check my math yet. I could probably do it half that. There'll be stuff to see, stuff to explore. Eventually. Things that I could do in case there's more sand. One thing I can do is reduce that. I could make a splitter. That should not cause any problems. Sand goes up there, so I should be able to do that if I had more. These. The sand all being on one side is a non-issue. So if sand gets into the system somehow, it shouldn't cause a backup. It shouldn't have any sand there. Actually, just for my own tracking, in case sand gets here, I'll see if it picks any up. It works though, I think. I can't spot anything wrong with it. It would probably take a lot of time just letting it run to spot anything that's gone wrong though. But it's running a little under expected. For some reason. This all looks like it's running at capacity. This should never be running consistently. So it could just be variability. Over the last 10 minutes, it's much closer to the expected. So yeah, it's just variance. The last minute is running a little low. But over the longer term, it should be trending around the expected value. Well, 400 is what I was aiming for. This is more than the 400. That is good enough. So I'll just need to get this set up to launch to other places. Ooh. I was gonna launch this so that I could actually have research going, but I think I should wait until I return to here. Like, I'll launch here, I'll fill this up halfway, I can deal with it manually as necessary. I probably start thinking about other landing pads. No, this is a space exploration, which is a mod that adds planets, but in a different, it's a very different thing from like space age planets. It's much more random, but very interconnected. It's like, yeah, like it's a lot of fairly randomly generated planets. Instead of individually, like, lot of curated planet mods that exist. Yeah, it's a great mod. It's only like part way through now. It's a ton to go. But I'm currently just sitting waiting for this to fill. What can I do that's productive while I wait for that to fill? I could work on fixing the issue here. The issue here was steel, which was caused partially by the train blockade. This steel should fill up soon, which should help. I don't need the turret ranges. Some of those turrets I don't remember. I remember placing all these turrets. I don't remember seeing these two in a while. The broken ones. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my steel. Oh, that's what's wrong with my steel. Yes. I produced steel here, but I switched all my steel usage to the right of there to come from the train, and the train blockage meant that the train was not delivering. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. And since the train was not delivering, everything kind of just died. This should fill up soon. Okay, the pyroflux is good. Yep. This shouldn't need to be managed manually anymore. How is this doing? It's doing well. The chest is empty, so that's doing well. I can add more to that. I'm just surprised this one didn't have a train limit set up properly, that it caused so many problems. Oh, meteors got handled. $50. One more steel. How unfortunate. This is all gonna time. I'm just gonna make it move now, because I want it to start working. Exactly one steel short of moving. Which is... unlucky. Well, actually, it's probably completely predictable. So it's not really luck, but... I just need this to get working so I can actually figure out what needs to be fixed. Okay, now this is moving. I need to scale up my low densities. Oh, is there a better... There's a better low density, isn't there? But I can't do it yet. Okay, button here, here. It uses that arrow frame. And it replaces the... It replaces the plastic? No. It replaces the copper and reduces the other components. That seems very helpful. Yes, it's far away. It's not a current approach. I think I'll need this whole beryllium stuff. The whole setup for beryllium, which can be... Can I do that fully in space? I can use the thermodynamics. I'd have to ship the beryllium powder up there. That doesn't seem... Or the beryllium, unless I can mine it in space, but... I mean, yeah, I don't need to craft the... I can craft it on land. I can just do it all on land. The space manufactory seems appealing. But that's long term. I think short term it needs to be done planet side. Because shipping it all into space is not practical yet. For the scale that I would be working with. Yeah, sand, beryllium. That whole line will be important soon enough. But I have a bunch of science to do first. Oh yes, I need to actually start getting rocket fuel. Because yeah, the science needs to be set up. Once this... That's not... No, that is what it looks like. It's up here that I need to make sure it's not backing up. It shouldn't be a problem, I just don't trust it. Yes. Working towards that will be good. I just need to not get sidetracked. I need to set up... I guess I can just do light fuel. Pull the light... over there. This cracking is lower priority. The fuel is made in the new weird fuel refinery. Not that one. There. Empty my inventory spot. Thank you. Okay, for a reference point, I set up 2 of these for converting rocket fuel to the liquid, 1 for making the rocket fuel itself, and a lot, because I was running productivities, a lot of these for... Oh, that was never connected to power. Interesting. A lot for the solid fuel, which at the rate I'm using it now, I don't need all that. But... Wait, can I do a weird... zigzag? I shouldn't. And it probably doesn't work with this anyway because the input's that. I wonder if there's any recipe where you could zigzag input output. The pyroflux for rocket fuel could be good. I don't think I want to use it, but it's interesting. It's an option. This I'm gonna go downwards, not upwards. Downwards with this step. Have to add this, and I can just signal control it directly on if that is greater than 15,000. You can't walk between those, that's surprising. Okay, so that should be there. 2, this awkward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not a great number. Let's go forward here for rocket fuel. That input's fast enough. Good. Output. Bad planning. Supply the rocket fuel to the rocket launch site. Okay, I need to remember that I didn't connect that corner. Okay, close enough. Connect the corner so I don't forget later. And rocket fuel version, liquid. It's really weird you can productivity this. How is it going? This will have to fly to Nauvis orbit, which is only 70,000. That should fill plenty fast. It's already up to 1.8k out of 70, so I shouldn't need more than this. Is this chewing through all of this? No. Well, yes it is. I'm not gaining there. Is the reduction of petroleum an issue right now? Not yet. But it is gradually losing petroleum gas. I can probably just remove some of this and reduce the drain. What is the math? The math is 10% better speed, 12% productivity. That's pretty good. That's not math, that's just numbers. Okay, now I'm underproducing slightly. Considering my adjustment, that's fine. Yeah, that'll fill quick. I will need more. I mean, I don't need that much Vulcanite for the amount of research that I'm actually going to be able to finish quickly. What research would I want to focus on? I need to do this stuff because it's relevant, but for the materials... Oh, I never did do the extra swarms. I meant to do those because I really need them. Highest priorities are not coal liquefaction. So that could be useful somewhere. The mechanical facilities, definitely important. But the big mining drills, very valuable. The product... Oh, Kovrek, that's the most important. I guess, yeah, I can... If I could pick stuff out of here and add an appropriate amount. This shouldn't be here. That should all be landing at the other landing pad. Guess I never cleared it out. Speed 2... should be cheap enough. Steel is still working its way through. Yeah, I guess I could ship. Then it would sort of make me think that I should wait for it to fill more, though. I can probably still get away with half full. Or however full it is once the fuel fills up. I need to break down those rocket sections. Which I should set up an assembler to do this for me. That would be filtered to the rocket. I also need to find my space capsule. Oops, what did I press there? Add section. Cargo. Capsule. I brought an extra in case I needed it. Okay, I think this could be fine. I can just kind of verify stuff. And I am sitting here. This is backing up. I think that's fine. For now, if this causes it to stop moving, then it will get none of this will output. There will still be an amount of that will get consumed, which will clear it a bit. I mostly just don't think it should be doing this, but I need to figure out why. I'm pretty sure that as long as that is being broken down properly, it should be fine, but like, it's the type of thing where the 0.01 extra pulverizer could somehow be a problem. Yeah, I'm just worried. Like, I've convinced myself that even if this backs up, it'll be fine because it will filter through properly. I just, despite convincing myself that, I'm not confident. Like, I'm pretty sure it should work fine. I guess, yeah, it is kind of here. I guess just once these shut down, all of this will feed into here, which will keep it moving. And as long as these move, as long as this is moving, it should not break, because the priorities should all be correct. As long as the priorities are correct, it should never break, which is the biggest concern. The only other thing I think I could do would be set up some way to burn the Vulcanite, crushed Vulcanite. I could use it as car fuel. How is it as fuel? in a car. I want actual numbers, but I guess it's not really. It just has a megajoule value. It doesn't actually list the speed and acceleration stuff. Yeah. I feel like there could be a way to set up what I'm just thinking maybe there's a way to set up if this fully shuts down, this can get it going again, but I'm still convinced it shouldn't be necessary. Yeah, it just burns. Nothing else burnable that it's used before. I mean, it is getting the tiniest bit. I can't do air quotes, but like worse. But worse is still functional, so it's not actually worse. Just keeping an eye on it seems fine. Yeah. I guess there could be certain degrees of just natural variance. Yeah, it could be like this will go further up and back and up and back, but it should never cause a problem because the variance, it varies because of random chance. Really hate how this looks, but that's not relevant either. Those pipes are unneeded. Ooh, those pipes probably would benefit from being accessible though. This is running just fine. I've got a lot of that collecting. Yeah, this will be full before this is even at 200. So the only thing left that I could consider doing on this planet, I could try to produce copper, but I don't think that's worth the effort. I could start collecting more oil. Just hook up more of these so that when it eventually might drop lower, it's not a problem. Yeah, exactly the same thought. Yeah, like I think connecting this upper oil, yeah, eventually it will be a problem. So I mean, I might as well get connecting. Okay. I'm gonna begin with electrical poles. Okay, so let's line it up. I need to line it up maybe there. Yes, just to the left. To the right of the iridite. So right here, I go straight up. Why would it do that to me? Okay, connected, and then just go. Oh, it's a very different climate up here. It's kind of neat. Oh, no. Rocket parts here are ultra janky. It's not janky. I probably should control that, even if it won't matter for a while. I should do that. Rocket parts are under this category? Nope. I always get the categories wrong. Normal rocket sections. Enabled if less than 100. So it'll craft, it'll grab them as necessary. It's fine. Okay. Did I bring my pump jacks? No, I didn't. For my own sake, these will be all in this area. Oh, pump jacks. You are the worst. I would really love a core drill that did oil. Just to not have to deal with pump jacks. A lot of pipes. I will definitely need to add these. That's one there, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna preemptively 220 out of 320 at the current distance. Oh, I actually did mean to put that there. Pipe extents. A lot of garbage in my inventory. This Vulcanite is not enough to worry about mining it. That's actually remarkably close. 305 out of 320 on this section. It has you to empty out all the garbage and find my pump jacks. I don't have spare speed upgrades, speed modules. They're modules, not upgrades. Not that it matters. I'll let the robots fill it in. Right there. No, extents are not good enough here. That's fine. How much over? 8. Ooh, really close. That's oil being utilized. See, oil supply seems like it's plenty for now. The petroleum is under because I'm turning it all into fuel. Currently, it's not causing any problems. Which is surprising. Because I don't have anything actually prioritizing this, but I guess it's such a small amount of petroleum that it can keep it supplied more readily than this. If it's evenly distributed. still net gaining? I thought I set up enough to... Ah, I never connected that. That makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit too scatterbrained. Scatterbrained feels like an overstatement. I forget what I'm doing too often. Net gain of this? Good, because that will all get converted to petroleum. And that will help a lot. Yeah, actually it's quite convenient. The low, like, flat demand for the petroleum for this. It means that even if it's a little bit off, it keeps it supplied. I wonder if that's a design consideration when they make the recipes. Whether they plan around struggling to supply enough, and how it can effectively prioritize it without needing to put in additional effort to properly prioritize. Oh, that connects to there, yeah. Using the 305. Oh, it's slightly... Seems like the crude oil might have a slight net gain right now. Don't know if that's an accurate sample, but that is good. Okay, that section of the pipeline obviously isn't, because it needs to split that. Then there, it's all being pumped into here, where it is a slight gain of oil in the pipeline, which will decrease, obviously, when it counts down. I could probably connect one more. Ooh, now that's an oil patch. Ooh. Super efficient. So good, 112%. Amazing. 310. I get more iron down here, but I think this is enough for what I need. Yeah. I'll connect these two more up here. Oh, it's just such a sad... It's so sad. It's just impressively bad. That's the ideal one to connect. I don't think I have enough trains. Enough train tracks. I could craft train tracks. I just don't think it's worth it. But that would be pretty nice to connect via train. I think it's too far to cross the water. This is one issue that I've had with the mod, and it's like kind of a Factorio in general issue. It's sometimes really hard to see things like that. And I think the additional, like, foliage is part of what makes it hard to spot. Without the map zoom out, it would be impossible to locate this oil, which the map zoom out exists, so it doesn't really matter. Very dense vulcanite. I think that's the only decent patch that's convenient. This one here is not great. I mean, I could get this one, combine it with that one, get a 2-for-1 deal that takes significantly more effort. It's really like a 2-for-3 deal. Flew right past it. I can start at least setting up pump jacks. Someday I might connect this. This will connect down here. The mystical radar, the satellite view is so helpful. It's just magical. Not needing to actually worry about being anywhere near what you're looking at. Truly convenient. Okay, pipeline extents are 205. What is that 205 back there? Did it miss something? It's 218. I added way more than 3. That doesn't seem right. I'm just gonna preempt this because I don't trust it. If I could find the pump. There it is. I do not trust this. And now it's counting up in a more believable manner. Weird. You should not be pumping. Excellent. So much oil. All converging in one spot and polluting this once blue lake. Okay. If I want to make productivity 3s, it's 50 per productivity 3. That's super expensive. If I look at this, I used maybe 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. I used maybe 90 stacks of the cryonite to get the research that I've finished. I didn't do all the possible research. And there's probably combined... There'll be stuff in the future. I think I can get by with 250 stacks. Each of those stacks can make 4 productivities. That really puts it into perspective. And a lot of these researchers need this pack. I guess half of them need this, half of them need the other. Yeah, I mean this... Cause yeah, I'm unlikely to do the bio stuff right away. The materials, I think, seemed lacking any interesting upgrades on its own beyond the thruster suit. And the spaceship is Astro. Kind of feeling trying to go wide on science instead of focusing too much, just to get what, like, one of each just to get started might be interesting, but it might be impractical. I don't know. Yeah. Astro energy are both obvious uses. Bio is weird. Though bio plus... if I go level 1 of each first, I can get to Spidertrons. Yeah, if I do Astro energy first, it's probably easier. And then base level to the others. Yeah. I'm just interested in some of the surface level dexterity? Character crafting speed. What? Weird. I didn't expect there to be a character upgrade tree. It's kind of cool. I just like the idea of getting a Spidertron relatively quickly. It's not necessary. That's the future, though. I think the current plan is I'll probably leave the planet with only like a half full rocket. 250 should be enough to get research moving. Should be more than enough. And I can make a few productivities on the way. But I don't need to rush too much in making productivities. Mostly because I'm not very effective at using modules that aren't speed. I say as I have all this, but yeah, it will certainly help a lot. Actually, what is the improvement? This is a 6%. The next tier of productivity is a... %. Yeah, so it's a 33% increase in productivity. And a similar decrease in speed, which is understandable. How much is the energy consumption of this? 200% energy consumption for a productivity 9. And half speed. Remarkable. Wow. It'll be interesting. It'll utilizing all the labs at least will help me clear the initial production research, I think, I hope. Oh, I won't be able to do the research right away, though. Okay, I definitely should fly to Nauvis first. Because I will have to ship so many parts up to expand this surface. Or try to think of some other way to do it. If I look only at planet orbits and moon orbits, or wrong button, include, remove. Okay, if I look at an orbit, I'm pretty sure default orbits are empty. Or near empty, yeah. So trying to use another orbit right now would be a waste of time. And it would be difficult. I'd have to get rocket parts to there to ship it there, and it wouldn't be worth the effort yet. Maybe eventually. As it stands, I just need to get a ton of parts, which I can't make the parts the best yet because I have issues that need to be addressed on Nauvis. The steel is okay right now. I need to improve my production of low density. Why is the copper bad? Is it just slow catch up to when I broke everything? It must just be slowly catching up. Like feeding copper into here. Causing an additional drain. It should catch up eventually. Do I have bad prioritization? This is a 60. This is a 50. Probably should improve that. Because it's prioritizing the circuits, which is not bad because the circuits are being used. Am I somehow not producing enough copper? No. I think I'm just not distributing it well enough. The copper, I think, should be fine. Maybe I should be more careful. Copper and copper. Yeah, because I'm producing more copper than I'm using, but that's partially because the entire... Yeah, I should be producing more than I'm using for copper. But actually, no. I made an assumption. My copper consumption can consume over 5k per minute, but my production is not consistently there. So I can expand this. I can copy it down one, move the loop further down, or remove the loop and just have it feed into that. That's probably better. The flaws of this become more apparent over time, but I am honestly fine with that. It was fun to try. As it is, do I lack copper mining? I don't think so. Yeah, both of those are waiting, so I just need more processing speed. That's something I can do when I fly back. Okay, this can fly back at any moment. Currently it is sitting at short production. Yeah. Why? These are fully supplied, is what it looks like. They're getting all of the stuff they need. So why is it underproducing the projected amount? That's fine, currently. Why would it underproduce? It had a dip, and then it recovered. So it is producing at full speed now. But sometime set 15-ish minutes ago, it died, and then it came back about 10 minutes ago. about 5 minutes ago. Would adding one more of these break this? Good call. Doesn't look like there was a power outage. Everything did sort of dip at a similar time though. But yeah, power supply was fine. Oh no. It does coincide. No, it doesn't actually coincide with that. That's the solar variation. It went down about 20 minutes ago. Everything except the solid fuel dipped at the same time. Which does suggest it's a system problem as opposed to specifically here. Oh, could it be? It shouldn't be that when the meteor fired, the recharge killed the system. The iron mining is fine. This mining is currently fine. Is this still going? It recovered. Yeah. Just odd. Everything dipped at the same time. Well, not everything. The fuel things didn't dip. Did I break and replace something, maybe? Yeah, it looks like power cut to the upper section for some reason. That's the only thing I can... I guess no, it wouldn't necessarily be power cut, because if it blocked up from something else, then stuff would stop moving, and if it stops moving, then it doesn't draw the power. That is a good idea. If the rocket fuel stopped being consumed 18 minutes ago, and it started dipping a little before that. The production of this was 19-ish minutes ago. It is a similar timing. That's there, that stopped. That's doing fine. It looks fine right now. I bet something happened with that, but then it somehow worked itself out. That seems unlikely. I guess it could have been the light oil. Like something about light oil wasn't full, so I was very short on petrol for a bit. Which wouldn't make sense with this, but maybe something with the light oil producing petrol, and now that the light oil has gotten to the 15k that I set for this, it now deals with the petroleum properly. That could make sense to me. It started recovering about 9 minutes ago. The petroleum production went up a little bit before that. And then it stabilized and then dropped. So I'm not sure, but it does look like it probably was linked to the petroleum and the oil. Though it could also, it still could have been the opposite, where this breaking caused that to change. So I'm not totally certain that it's fine, but yeah, watching this, it's fine. Because considering this calls for 0.01 fewer pulverizers, it will occasionally have to be that a pulverizer doesn't run at full capacity. These are running fairly consistently, and they'll just probably occasionally drop from being filled up. Yes, because the sulfur. Oh, that's yes. Because while the petroleum was not enough, the petroleum wasn't enough earlier, after I enabled this, to produce the sulfur, and this was gradually emptying out. The drop was when the sulfur was insufficient, and then it recovered. But the reason that seemed so random was because it took so long because of the huge buffer of sulfur. So it wasn't a noticeable, the cause and effect were disconnected in time by a lot. Oh, this is bad design. Okay, I'm gonna fix that. That's unnecessary. Yeah. So this filled up, that started producing, it all works again. That's good. That means it's not this that's broken, it's my drain here that was the problem. Which, unless I start launching a crazy number of rockets, should not be a problem ever again. Yeah, which I could... This is maybe a scenario where a buffer, an additional buffer of this could be useful. I don't actually think it would be necessary. Just buffering this in a chest could actually have value in this sort of scenario. Well, yes. That would work well and it would look better. An actual buffer for the petrol instead of purely relying on internal buffers. It'll look better, it'll be easier to set up to just do petrol. Especially if I buffered with a warehouse. Well, actually, even when the whole thing was struggling, the smelters, because of how small of an amount they need, it actually kept them filled pretty constantly. Like, I actually think they would, because I don't have an excessive number of sulfur, I actually think it would mostly be fine. Because when I was watching it as it was struggling, it did actually surprisingly keep up well. Just had a big buffer. It's probably far more than enough, because I don't have that many on me. Oh, I connected the wrong side, yes. I confused myself, because it didn't need to confuse myself, it looked a lot nicer as a place to place it, and so I got distracted. That will collect nice, and it'll collect a large buffer very slowly. It's looking good. The sand can be used for pyroflux stuff later if I want to on this planet. That will buffer gradually, that will serve as an emergency. I'm almost at 250 and I can leave. I could let it fill more, but I'm gonna just go with the 250 for now. Okay. I can leave all of this stuff. These are my robots, I'll keep them with me. Keep one of those with me. Yes, leave the delivery cannons, the extra meteor. Might as well. Leave some extra chests. I mean, I basically don't need any of that with me. The rocket won't be fully efficient, but I should call this... Well, I'll leave it as a landing pad, that's fine. I could, however, move those into there and have it handle the crafting stuff, which can then test that it doesn't get input. Good. Okay. I guess I will travel back. This should be enough for now. I will preemptively, though, remove this for now. I'll forget that I removed it. I don't want to consume all my Vulcanite right away. Okay. Nauvis orbit. Nauvis orbit. Oh, no, I'm going directly to Nauvis because then I can ship it up separately. Default landing pad, 97, 94. If I think about it, I will lose 6%. Oh no, cargo safety, I'll lose 3%. Which would be 7.5. That's fine. Once this ticks over, I will launch. I should have saved before I launched, but it did autosave shortly before. And then I can ship some of this up to space, get a bunch of research done, hopefully, and be happy. That was successful. The loop seems stable. I just need to make sure that I don't destroy anything. I need to set up a requester to draw those somewhere else eventually. I know, I'm not going to do it right now. I came back with a lot of Vulcanite. 243. That's pretty good. I'm going to send maybe 100 up to space, which will need a lot of space that I do not currently have. Need to free up 50 slots. Well, no. I can't actually do anything with it in space yet. It's just gonna have to wait. Because if I sent it up, I wouldn't have any platforms to build with, so I need to probably just send this up. And fill the next rocket with an absolute ton of what's it called? Materials. A ton of materials to, I can add these, saves time. A ton of materials to build platform. Hopefully this all gets filtered out. And then I'll get more science going. This will get me the artillery shells and swarm safety. Some of this stuff might stay in here. But I need to ship up a ton of low densities. This is not for today. A ton of low densities, a ton of heat shields, and a ton of steel. Like, I want to send a full rocket full of all of that stuff, which still might not be enough. If I send up 160? No, it's not the math. No, that is correct. 100, 300, 200 left, 60, yeah, 160-ish stacks of each, but that's not how it works because those are half stacks. Because it's 221 for stacks. I can do the math. The math is easy. That's not what I should be doing today. Yeah. 5 stacks, 50, 100 stacks for... Yeah. Oh yeah, I could also ship the ingots up to make it more efficient if I do the math, where they're 10 times, with the ingots stack to 50, I think. So, half as much, 5 times the space, 5 times as dense. I'm gonna turn this off for now. I'll clear this up as necessary. Yeah, the math isn't hard. Yeah, 10k platforms should be enough, I hope. I genuinely don't think that will be way too many. Like, it'll be a lot. Yeah, like, it's probably what I need to do to actually be able to build and not be ultra constrained. I mean, this section here... Oh, what I can do, if I copy this as a blueprint, and I view the snap to grid, it's 44 by 46. Assuming the approximate size... Oh, I mean, I can do 50 by 50 to round it up, which I should be able to do in my head, but I can't because I am unable to think. Okay, that's clearly not the right math. I put the numbers in wrong. It's very easy math, because it's 5 times 5 and then 100, whatever. It's like... Yes. 2,500. Yeah. 2,500. And if I have 4 times that, that should be good. I can be more efficient for sure. Oh yeah, if I do it all via drone, then I won't even have to think about the gap elements. I can just have the drones place it and auto-populate the underlying structure. But yeah, 10,000 should be enough, assuming it takes up a similar space. I'll be able to get the science set up. I might even be able to clean up this mess a little bit, because this whole left side is messy. I think my power is undersupplied. Yeah, I'm undersupplying power. I need to figure out how I'm gonna supply power, which is probably substations? Oh no, the pylon substation works. It's the robots that I need to make sure that I bring up roboports for. How much of this is not being grabbed? These are not being grabbed because this is full. Having more space would be very helpful. Yeah, I guess, because... Well... Yeah. As long as I can get the robot. Yeah, it's... A lot of stuff has improved since I last did work on the orbit, so... I actually have the logistics chests now, so I can actually think about doing the bot mall type work, where before that was completely impractical. Though there could have been ways around it, but yeah, let's try and check the rate. Fairly slow, but while I'm doing other stuff it'll be fine. But A, I should be wrapping up. B, I need to fix stuff on the planet first, because I need this. Though the only issue with that is that I need more copper, and I might need more ore, which I don't want to do till I get the other drills. But as is, I'm just going to double up this, add a second row, which should fit. I'll just have to have a different exit. And it should work. I can get better copper production, which I think I need, and that will help with the low density. I'll scale up the low density a bit, and then I should be fine, because this was only bad because I was using tier 2 assemblers with no modules, so it was really slow. Now it's acceptable. Yeah, I did like the idea of ingot planets, but I definitely need to fix it right now. Because if I don't make my copper better now, I can't do the science in a nice way. It might be doable. I'd have to change a bunch of stuff. But I think I need to improve the copper situation on this planet right away. Which could benefit from more core mining. I could probably connect a few more to the network. One here, which is awkward. This one's... I think I'm never going to connect that one, because I've kind of boxed it in. One there, one there. Well, that one's actually pretty convenient. I make a stop. It connects right there. It's super easy. But yes. I need to do work on Nauvis before I can do more science. Because the science is going to need to actually be built, which will be messy. Oh wait, am I going to feed off of that? No. I could maybe create a more centralized data card thing, but I think for now I'm going to keep them separate. When I scale them up, I'll deal with the needs of merging the machine learning data, but I'll just do separate machine learning data production elsewhere. I do also need iron ingots specifically. I'll need to produce those, which is a little rough. It's easy. I can just make a train station, but it's a little bit rough. The plasma stream is probably easy enough. Yeah, I already have chemical gel. I might need to scale it up somehow, but it's just stone and chemical gel. That's easy enough. Machine learning data, I can copy what I was doing. Vulcanite is Vulcanite. Productivity is productivity. I just need to make ingots on Nauvis. Yeah, I guess the only... Oh, I guess I don't actually... Yeah, no. I need the pyroflux to melt it. I'd have to set up a proper place to even make them, and then I can carry them. I guess I could short-term just siphon off of this pyroflux directly, and then bought ingots to move them around. Okay, this is bugging me. That might not be in line. There, that will line up properly now. I could temporarily convert this to produce iron. Like after a train leaves, I could convert it to iron and then do that for a bit, but that would probably cause... And just stockpile like a bunch. Oh yeah. I should have stopped almost 2 hours ago, but I got my goal done, so that's fine. And yeah, it is late. So yeah, I will be stopping this bot in the middle of nowhere. Very brave. I will be stopping as well. As well is not the right word, but it was successful. Next time I will get stuff fixed and working. So yeah. Have a nice night, day, etc. Thanks for watching and chatting. It's always fun. Bye-bye.